caravan master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls quivering as if...
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you are planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods towards a looming black mass.
Whole area is crawling with hut-dwelling types who'd be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the caravan master turns to you, frowning as he looks
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, course. Which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry, about the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water.
Berry. Alright. So I'm looking for a springberry.
I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
He nods in your direction. Sparful nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
What are those huge rocks coming
They don't got
Adra
where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
What are those
Nothing
ruins?
you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear.
This sounds like a voice actor that's in the Wasteland series.
Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pond, so I hear.
He adds with a wink. Half a pond, I'm sure that's the money. Maybe? Can I? No. Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
Is it dangerous?
Not if you hurry about your business. And not if the weather holds up.
There's a concern in his tone, but he does not elaborate. What kind of weather did they get out here?
This time of year, rain mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a beowick, born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never care to.
I'll go see about those berries
Hold on.
then.
Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy, armor-clad woman who has spent the journey's nights sleeping on uneven ground without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha!
The woman looks up in her own time.
He needs to find some springberries. Watch that he doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her. You're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything.
Edema chuckles and shakes his head. He looks at you. He casts a sidelong glance
Off
at
with
her.
you. Hayden should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beawick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
Alright, next. How do I... Alright. Cool. Who is this person? How do I do things? AI script. Excellent. Rogue uses Crippling Strike, Blinding Strike, Withering Strike, Fearsome Strike only if Per Rest is enabled. At the first opportunity, uses Finishing Blow against targets against 20 below 25. First protect targets that are already engaged by an ally. Yes. Uses Crippling Strike, Blinding Strike, Withering Strike, Fearsome Strike. Its first opportunity uses Finishing Blow against targets. Uses Escape to move to the nearest distant ally when endurance drops below 33%. I thought... Yeah, alright. Alright, here we go. Now I'm figuring it out. Got it? Okay. Quick items. Don't have any. Talk to Davos. Don't. Weapon set 1. Okay. Who are you? Battle axe and a torch. Fighter uses Knockdown and Discipline Barrage at the first opportunities. Clear Out will also automatically be used when the fighter has 3 enemies in range if Per Rest is enabled. Fighter uses Vigorous Defense when engaged by more than 2 opponents. Uses Unbending when below 50% endurance if Per Rest is enabled. Defender is enabled by default, and if disabled will be enabled. Alright, so hold ground. I don't know if that's what I want them to be, but we'll see. Aggressive, I guess. Let's just leave that alone for now. Alright, that's that. That's the map. Oh, goodness. Encampment. That's going to take some getting used to. Centering the map. Yep. Caravan life doesn't agree with does it. Tapping A lets you track with odd people objects in front of you. Gotcha. Hold A. Release to confirm your target. Ah, okay. Oh, this is going to take some getting used to. Holy crap.
Steady does it.
Alright, that's how you stealth.
Anyone need supplies? I've got sundries for sale.
Man, you're so loud. Ah, here we go. How do I get them to group up? Let's just do that for now.
Nice and slow.
Alright, that's zoom. Okay. Highlight them both like that. I got it. Okay. Character. Character shows. Blah. Start the game ill. Great. Okay. Okay. Map, camp, journal, active effects. Just there for a moment. Alright. Combat logs, stronghold. Gotcha. Ah, okay. Inventory. What do I got? What is it? Gon's Pledge. What does that do, though? Okay, that's my stash. Giant miniature space piglet. I don't... Oh, cool. Alright. But again, what is Gon's Pledge? There we go. This item grants the ability to shield the wearer from the myriad perils that plague the world of Yora. An aspect of the god Aethys, Gon represents the harvest of old age, symbolized here by the many interlocking sickles that form the ring. As Gon helps protect the dignity of old age, so too do his followers pledge to prevent young lives from being harvested before their time. (15 endurance). Might as well, right? Why would I not? It's recovery speed. Attack hit, damage reduction. Damage reduction is subtracted directly from all incoming damage. Nice, okay. Okay. Recovery is the amount of time that a character spends between actions. Longer actions result in proportionally longer recovery. Armor also has a large effect on recovery. Generally, heavier armor inflicts longer recovery penalties. Heard. This Scale armor is made of overlapping small plates of metal or horn. Sewn to a leather backing, it offers balance, protection, and speed. Ah, okay. Is that because of the accurate? Okay, got that now. Getting there. What does she got? The same armor? What is she? She's a fighter. Club and a battle axe. Okay. Alright, and then what? Crafting. All kinds of different things to craft. Holy crap. Okay. So what gets me here is that you go to abilities. Blinding Strike, Minor Threat, Gaun's Wind, Gaun's Pledge, Second Wind, and Sneak Attack. How do I equip those? How do I even review them? Per encounter. How do I use it? I can't even equip it.
Stay quiet.
Alright.
Springberries grow wild all over the place here. Keep your eye out.
They sound like echoey to you?
Nice and slow.
To anyone? Sounds super echoey to me. And then I just got this fucking spectral pig thing following me around. Okay. Alright. Suppose you wouldn't know much about glanphathons. They're mighty protective of places like this. I've traveled with edema before. He's never led us astray. You really don't look so good. Edema was right to stop. I see more and more people on the roads these days looking for safety in towns and cities, it seems. Everyone in life doesn't agree with you, does it? Like as raw as that merchant, edema. Whoa, why am I still moving? Don't mind edema. This is a good place to camp as any. It's best not to wander alone, especially so near the ruins. All kinds of beasts in these woods, and then you have the tribes.
Go on then, before it gets too dark.
These tall glass green pillars appear as if they have sprouted from the earth. The flickering fire sets shadows dancing within.
I've got it. I've got it. Finished.
Huh, alright. Potion of minor endurance. Ooh. Purple potion. Vibrant purple potion has an equally apparent effect. For imbibing it immediately grants a rush of energy, restoring vitality and briskness to even the most haggard and weary of travelers. 50 endurance, yep. Cool. Can I just... There we go. Dear Woodian clothing. And lockpicks.
Keeping quiet.
What is that? Okay, it's an ingredient. Got it. Fallen tree doesn't budge. Sap oozes from the jagged wound in its trunk.
Not looking forward to trying to lift that thing tomorrow.
Why does it sound so weird?
Steady does it.
Minor regeneration. 35 endurance. Endurance over 12 seconds. Copper panned. So that's money. Okay.
Keeping quiet.
It's weird that it only appears like sometimes. What is slow mode? How do I turn that off? Ah, there we go. So that's normal, that's fast. Got it. Alright, that's better. You see a man wearing simple but mostly neat clothes. He's transfixed, however, by a ragged tear in the seam of his
There's a
tunic.
whole wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road.
He scratches one cheek with his knuckles. It's covered with uneven stubble, as if he hasn't quite gotten used to shaving on
Say,
the road.
is there anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to take a look. I'm a trader.
Who are you?
Originally from the Adir Empire, but I've been trying to establish new business out here. Life on the road has brought some unexpected challenges, to be sure. And I'm sure you've noticed how prickly the locals can be. But we're here to make the most of things, right?
With an outlook like that, I'm sure you'll do well.
Something else you need? Looks like we're settled for the night.
Tell me about the Adir
It's not
Empire.
as big as it used to be, but it's still big. The mainland is a continent northwest of here, but the colonies used to include Raed Saris and the Deerwood. About 150 years ago, Deerwood won its independence from the Empire, a fact our companions are quick to remind me of.
He gives you a lopsided grin and nods at the other scattered caravanners. Why'd you move all the way out
Because
here?
it seemed friendlier than Raed Saris? My brothers took over the family mercantile business a few years ago, and there wasn't enough for me to do back home. I moved out to try and expand.
He shrugs. Deerwood is a former Adir colony, so it seemed like a good place to start, and as much as I admire the Raed Saren's work ethic, they've always struck me as a little fanatical. Sounds reasonable enough. Let's see what you've got. Okay. Ah, gotcha. Alright. A little bit I want to equip that so I'm faster. But I'll hold on to it for now. We'll see what happens. I don't actually want to waste my money on any of this unless I know it's amazing. Gotcha. He's giving maybe hide armor? I don't know. Not doing anything right now. Alright, I'm getting it now. Starting to pick this up. Oops, I gotta stop hitting that button. There we go.
I'll have
Spar
your
fell.
water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
Path winds through a narrow
We shouldn't
canyon
stray
back
too
the way
far.
you came. Grooves in the road mark the passage of hundreds of caravans.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
Enemy spotted. Okay. Can I do anything from this menu? No? Ah. Ah. Okay, that's what I keep trying to do. Like in BG3, it's the right analog stick. Okay, so what I don't want then is that. These ones we'll see. Wolf hide. Wolves of the Deerwood are a large and crafty breed, bereft of the species' usual shyness, and they present a serious hazard to travelers who venture off the beaten path. Hunters who seek them out will not usually contend with a single wolf, for they travel in packs of varying size, presenting a challenge to any lone hunter. Their furry hides are valued for the warmth they can provide, and the teeth of the strongest wolves make for impressive trophies. I honestly don't like the pet. He's distracting me. Ah, it's in my items. That's why. I don't think I actually have second wind. She does.
This is it.
Odim, is it something about you being in business for yourself? I mean, I want to say that, but not the people part. I piloted cargo ships. Yeah? How is it you happen to come here? We were attacked by privateers. Our ship was taken. We were left to die at sea. I made it out, but I've lost my taste for that life. Well, we've all got things we'd like to leave behind. Gods know I do, I'll tell you that. Just hoping they never track us down. Kalisha breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Raedric's offer. Makes a girl think. I'll give him that. You here to settle like the rest of the lot? No, I'm just passing through. That's usually the case with the big city just a little ways further up the same road. Where are you headed? I'm gonna continue on to the city, see where that takes me. Closest one is Defiance Bay, the capital, few days out. Got its nice places and its not so nice places, same as any city. But the Duke is a good man, as I hear it. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odim will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Why are you here? Kalisha sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Ixmiddle. But I do something for her. She's a much better woman than me. So I'm here, and we'll see. Odima, I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Well, tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Deerwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Ruatai, and another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale, she's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Deerwood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know, it used to be part of the Adir Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty, and that's how they like it. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird things of things. Oh my goodness. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird kinds of things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. Alright, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfle's getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like, when he feels like it. We should check up on him first, slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water. Find Sparfle. Journey to Gilded Vale. This is going to be interesting. Just getting used to the damn thing. So the new controls, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. Travelers, maybe, or looters, or bandits. Bad sign any way you figure it. The corpse is cold to the touch, and a ripe smell wafts from it in putrid waves. How do I... A dark, crusted bloodstain besmirches its simple linen clothing.
What a surprise. Sparfle went hunting. At least he left the water skins. Come on. Shh.
Crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kalisha waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Full water skin added to the stash. Out of the trees emerges Sparfle, one of the guides. Barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there's a strangeness to his gait. his stride wobbly as he moves toward you with labored
Sparkle?
breath.
Are you all right?
Sparfle's toe catches on a rock and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag. Well, that's not good.
Ambush! Come on, we have to get back to camp.
Yeah, I'm good on normal. This combat's very bizarre. Not necessarily in a bad way. It's just going to take a lot of getting used to, and I'd rather not mess around with it too much. Footprints around the campfire are indistinct and may have been here for days or longer. Oh, okay. Cool. How do I change the combat log thing? Beer. Super random. The Disappointer unique pistol. Terrible. -8 accuracy, -33% damage. What the hell? The Disappointer was touted as a powerful, reliable weapon, but it has consistently failed every one of its unfortunate owners. This is a terrible weapon that disappoints anyone who uses it. The gun appears well made at first glance, but closer scrutiny reveals poor design and shoddy craftsmanship. Those who aren't fooled by its appearance still occasionally attempt to use it just to see if it maybe the whole thing was made to look this way as an elaborate ruse, hoping that it is an artifact of extreme power crafted by a master who desired to conceal its remarkable nature. It wasn't, and it isn't. so random. I love it. So how do I mean, I caught that totally at random, so I wonder how difficult it's going to be to stumble upon these hidden items throughout the game.
Steady does it.
Okay. Oh dear God. That's how you pause. Okay, getting there. Small and swift, the humble hatchet is extremely common in the deerwood, both as a woodsman's tool and a hunter's weapon. Much smaller than a true battle axe, the hatchet's great speed allows its wielder to strike many blows in a short time. What is... What does interfering mean? Is it the +5 deflection? Okay. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Kalisha puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe, with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Heoden, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. Hey. Why have you done this? You have trespassed in places of which no mortal man is worthy. You are trespassers and plunderers all, and we will see this outrage avenged. So I say again, lay down your arms. Don't trust them. They mean to kill us all. We are innocent in this. Will you not listen to reason? We know the ruin has been entered. We have seen the footsteps, heard the echoes. Now you must answer to the gods. Still just testing buttons out. Alright. Ah, tough one, man. Judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I'm guessing you're worshippers of Galawain. If Galawain told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? The man frowned and motioned as if to swing his axe. Theoden winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head intrigued. Of course, but he would not. It is by the command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs, or because it's what you were told? The man glares. It has always been known to my people. I see. And what of Galawain's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Galawain would want some moldy, crumbling stones to survive long after their builders have turned to dust? The man's nostrils flare as he fumes. He would not. He told us otherwise. I'm sure he did, just not you personally. But why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters on his axe handle, and he nearly fumbles it, affording Theoden the moment he needs to dodge out of his swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. Oh boy. Yeah, see? I feel like... Of course, start with a rogue. I don't know what that percentage means.
They'll never...
Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companion's now silent as he is silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes rolls back as he closes them. Good. Good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your own skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rending you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across chest and bowel, Odima's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks directly at you.
Run!
straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off of your feet with every step. You set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With the last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Heodin trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers, who had been feigning death, lunges for Heodin and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Heodin lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you. Despite the wind from the position, if you were to throw your weapon at the attacker, you would have a good chance at hitting your mark. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Heodin loose. Lurching to his feet, Heodin clambers up at the base of the rock as he nears the top. However, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Heodin to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There's a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight.
Was that?
A Bewick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
Well then. Alright, this is interesting so far. I've decided I am going to take a quick break from BG3, only because I'm at a point where
Stay quiet.
I haven't seen much more of where my file is without a buddy of mine. I play with a buddy of mine, and we're trying to beat the game, and we're close. We're like some point in Act 3, and I've pretty much caught up in my streamed honor mode campaigns, so a lower level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble. And I don't want to get too far ahead of him, or ahead at all, if he and I's playthrough, so I'm trying to give myself a little bit of a break, allow me and him to catch up, and then we'll
That should be far enough.
keep going on our honor mode runs. Well, I'm only going to wait so long, but... Heodin's chest rises and falls visibly with each breath.
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
So we'll give this a try for a little while. I'm still getting used to the controls. They're still so funky, but I do enjoy the game. I am enjoying the game. Bless you, my goodness. Hi, can you back up a little bit, please? This is my partner's dog. He's a menace. Nah, he's a good dog. This is just not an ideal situation with all these cords. What happened out there? Kalisha shakes her head. Windstorm, of a kind they only get in Ir Glanfath. Too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glanfathan word is Biowak. To them, it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glanfathans. Those would be the hot dwellers Edema warned you about. Look to be fangs of Galawain, who are the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin, looking for fights with colonists. Poor Edema. I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glanfathans said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Edema would never allow it. But as much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glanfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or... She glances down the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else on our caravan? Kalisha's lips press together and her chin rumbles. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. God grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Kalisha looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse, too. Seen worse and kept on walking, because there's nothing else to be done, because there's other people you care about who still need you. Let's get going.
They'll never know I'm here.
If the volume is weird, please let me know, because I am still trying to figure it out in my own headset. A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zarep. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. I don't know what a Zarep is, so I'm going to say it's okay. I won't hurt you. The Zarep recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Kona, if you want to come up, you need to come up this way. And you need to go over here. Come on. Good boy. Good pop. Use your bone. Make a mess over there. Raise your arms. I'm going to raise my arms and stand still. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. I guess I'll back away. The Zarep watches warily as you go. Alright, we'll figure that out later. Let's go this way. That looks important. Let's not go that way yet.
Someone else has been here. We should move.
See if they left anything useful behind.
Small shield and a torch. And good boy. Alright, we got a mace. Camping supplies. Alright, I need to look into the... In amongst these supplies are bedrolls, blankets, rations, and other amenities intended to keep hardy explorers from succumbing to the elements. I don't understand. Hammer and chisel. A simple iron hammer and chisel, useful for chipping away at hard surfaces, particularly ones that display structural weakness. Alright. Camping supplies and inns. There we go. You've discovered some camping supplies. Use these to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, restoring your character's abilities and health. If you run out of camping supplies, try to find an inn. Most have cheap rooms available. Inns allow characters to rest without using camping supplies. Cheap rooms are usually available, but if you have copper to spend, you may consider the more expensive options. The bonuses they provide last for a long time and affect the entire party. Okay, so yeah, short rests. Cool, alright. I should check. There we go. Because I saw... First of all, why don't I have my dagger equipped? Or my sword, whatever it was. Oh, is it because I dropped my weapon? That makes sense. Okay. Alright, nope. Let's give you a torch in your second set. And then... It's a little slower, but it does a little bit more damage. Has a higher interrupt, and it does DR reduction, which is awesome. Part of me wants to give that to his offhand. Ooh, no, I'll do that. I'll give it to her. Move that to stash. I don't know what this is. I feel like that might be... Like, that is a... I'm fairly confident is a... what do you call it? Like a junk item. Wares or, you know, just sellable. Like, I'm not going to do anything with this. But in these kind of games, sometimes... something like a... hammer and chisel might be useful in like a... I don't even know what to call it, a scripted event? Okay, hold A to pick it up. Got it. Can I have this, please? Can I have it? Thanks, bud. Okay. I don't know what to do with this Zarup down here. I don't want to fight him. I wonder if he'll let me just... Nope. He won't. Crap. Didn't mean to do that. But I guess we're fighting. My bad guy. Zarup Spear. Hello. It's pretty good. Medium armor. Crossbow. Relief gem. Anguithian relief gem. This brilliant blue gem has been sculpted to look like an eye. I feel like that's a quest item. Torch, and then tattered journal. The small folio is torn in several places, and blood has soaked into several of the sheets. One later entry is still legible, however. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice, and I've got my hands on a genuine Anguithian artifact. There we go. Fellow who had it said it was a pretty nothing, as far as he's concerned. He's not willing to go digging in some ruins. But if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Salant Lee in the morning. Then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about.
Wait.
You wait. Alright, stash that. Gross. Hate when they do that. Slow. How can I compare it to... I don't want to do that. I want to compare it to my bow. Alright, well, fast, 0.5, 12 to 18. Slow, 0.75, 21 to 30. I feel like that's probably the way to go for her. Oh, okay. Let's take you, and then we'll do, hold on to it for now. You know what? No. Let's do it.
Do you hear that?
I don't. Whoop. Scalder whelp. That looks big. I can't like... Alright. There it is, and over in the corner. Defenses unknown. Okay. I still have that illness. I never got to cure it. Huh. Alright, let's figure this out here. Health, 232 out of 253. Endurance, 36. I'm so confused by that still. I'll figure it out, but... Oh. That wasn't all that tough. Take a look at the wall. Think we could get through? I still want to know how to change my combat log over there. Ah. That's helpful. Okay. Honestly, though, how do I change the combat log?
does it.
I've pressed every button. I don't know how to do it. Can I just move it right to my stash? There we go. Stash. A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. Ah. See? Case in point. Use the hammer and chisel to weaken the wall. You set to work. The cracks lengthen and widen with your efforts, but the process is more taxing than you'd expected. Sweat beads your forehead and your muscles begin to ache. Continue. After several long moments, you begin to see light on the other side. With one final tap, several blocks of stone shift, then tumble loose, clearing a gap just wide enough to pass through. Cool.
Be quiet.
Why do I feel like I don't want to go that way? I don't want to go either of these. What the heck is happening? I don't know what to do, man. I'm so nervous about everything. Alright, let's go back here. Those seem to connect. Alright, let's check this out. Whoa. Look at the tiles. What are those symbols? It's a great question. Scouting mode. And discover hidden objects. Do I need to do this every time I want to
Be quiet.
try and see a hidden object? That's annoying. I'm just testing that out right now.
Be quiet.
Easy pup.
Keeping quiet.
Alright, there's gotta be a hidden object up here. Why else would they let me know about that?
Steady does it.
Okay, so trapped. Fair. If I were to just do this, nothing. You have to crouch in order to spot hidden objects. That's good to know. Okay.
They'll never know I'm here.
Also freaky. That is something. Don't stand on it. Alright, so did that use anything in my... No, it did not. Okay. Who's got the higher... Mechanics 3. Mechanics 3. Can I, like, inspect these things?
Found something.
I thought the whole idea behind this... Nope, not you. I don't remember which one it was. Maybe this? There we go. Stop party movement when an enemy is spotted, not when a trap is spotted. That's annoying. I'm fine with that. I think I'm okay without that being on. Okay. So
Found something.
I don't know what to do. There's so... Alright, I just got to explore. I just got to stop worrying about it and start exploring. So let's just go this way. See what happens. Now, round your symbol, I'm pretty sure I saw it on one of the tiles back there. Round your symbol. This thing? A symbol of a patterned circle is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sits at its base. It could be lit if you had the means. A swirling symbol is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sits at its base. It could be lit if you had the means. Okay. Alright, I'm seeing the symbols now. This mural must be ancient, yet the colors are still bright and vivid. It shows a procession of Ingwithans from all the Kith races, Oumuamua, Elf, Orlan, Dwarf, and Human. They walk among the pillars similar to the ones that span this chamber, each one topped with a flame. Okay. Oh, I have a torch. What am I doing? Speaking of, maybe try that. Yeah. Okay. How do I... I don't know. I don't want to do the wrong one. Let's use the torch. Flames kindle swiftly in the brazier, winding their way upwards. Walk among pillars similar to the ones that span this chamber, each one topped with a flame. I don't know if there's an order to this or what. Hope that wasn't something stupid. What is that? Lesser black ooze. Immune to blinded, dazed, frightened, prone, terrified. Alright, well. I guess, go get it. Oh gosh.
No good.
Got him.
Ooze plasma, congealed mass of thick and opaque jelly. Ingredients. Poleaxe, two-handed. I will hold on to that when I hopefully find a barbarian.
Where'd that slime
mark
come
on the
from?
wall.
Vicious and oily, this muck clings to anything it touches. Oop. A vicious slick of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. Alright, use your water skin to clear off the ooze. You rinse the ooze away, revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding it has chipped away in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of his hair and the ridges of his pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty. A gem fills the other. Place the eye in. The chamber begins to rumble. Stray rocks dancing across the floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way. Okay, so... Oh,
Stay quiet.
another ooze. Let's go fight him. Alright, so what if I just don't... Okay. It chooses it on its own. I'm cool with that. Ah, it learns. Okay, that's cool. Nothing back there? Got it. Minor Cloak of Protection, +5 to 3 of the 4 defenses, that's cool. An Amethyst and an Adra. Can be found in a variety of shades, but those of darkest purple are considered to be the most valuable. Discovery of new sources has become commonplace in the past few hundred years, and Amethyst no longer fetches the same value it once did. An organic material, crystalline in structure, but shell-like in substance, Adra can be found growing up through the ground in veins in many parts of Eora. That's those giant stones, okay. Easy to carve and manipulate, it is a favorite of jewelers as a semi-precious stone, and is often cut more intricately and beautifully than other gems. Okay, so you and you can go to the stash, it looks like, and you are going to be helpful. Object found. Where? I don't see it. Easy, pup.
Found something.
What did you find? Was that the hidden object? The urn? I thought it was... Normally they're highlighted purple, so I'm a little confused right now. I don't want to miss anything. Like, you know, walk away from this room and find out I left something later that was important. I'll never know, I guess. Alright. Well, honestly, I'm going to give the cloak to him for starters. It probably should go to her, but her defenses are probably good enough, you know, for now. And you are just on me today, huh? Alright, where's the red one? You have it? Where'd it go? Did it fall? Go get it if you want it. There you go. You can clean your eye boogies. There you go. There you go, buddy. There you go, boy. Okay, so that's that. I don't really understand the point of this. Maybe it was just for, you know, so you could do it, I guess. I don't know. I do want to play with these. I want her to be in the middle. There we go. Kind of want them to keep back too, but I need one of them at least in the front. That's fine for now. So if I'm playing as him, kind of goes to her automatically. I wonder how it chooses.
Nice and slow. Finished. Finished. Be quiet. With the look.
I feel like I missed this entire 4th row, and I'm really nervous to like send one of my guys over there.
They'll never know I'm here.
I mean, I'm doing all of them for the experience more than anything else. There's a draft coming through that wall. Oh. Spear Spiderling. This is seeming pretty easy at this point. I'm on normal. Maybe I should change it up to hard? No, I'm just gonna keep going.
I could
I'm
scout
more
ahead. See what's around the corner.
interested in the, You could do that.
I'll be quiet.
Oh, that's smart. Okay. So I can kind of prepare if I don't know what I'm expecting in the next room. Like those guys. Starved Skulder Whelps. Oh, you guys are handsome. You guys loving each other. You being so good. Being such good boys. Yeah. Be nice. Good boy. Okay, I'm getting a feel for it now. Starting to. Whoa. That was a lot. Okay, so their endurance goes down. I don't understand the math yet, but I'll figure that out. Maybe there's something in the... Alright, first of all, did not like... Nope, not difficulty. It was game? Nope. Autopause. I changed something a minute ago. Can you get off of me, please? Move. Move your bum. Go. Thank you. I forgot what I was doing. It wasn't stop. It was something about the speed of combat. That I don't like. Nothing here, so there's just things to kill? Okay. I'm fine with that. From time to time.
They'll never know I'm here.
Why did he say there was a draft in the wall? Something over here? Huh. Alright, got all that done. That's all good. Now we're going up here.
They'll never know I'm
I
here.
feel like this is less necessary in this difficulty mode, but it's still good to know about. I mean, that like, stun was the most vicious attack I've seen so far, you know?
Nice and slow.
Ooh, big guy. Alright. Where were we? Spear spider leg. Spear spiders have long, tapering front limbs, ending in a sharp point. They use to impale their prey. Its leg is covered in small, backward-facing barbs. Yeah, I figured that was an ingredient. Good.
Steady does it.
Bats as large as chickens are strung in the web. Bloodstone is traditionally a dark stone, often a deep green, with the presence of pockets of iron or red jasper resembling blood spatter give the stone its name as well as its value. And then we have a rapier. I don't know when is a good idea, to heal. How do I even heal? Endurance. Nope. What? So confused. Ah, okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. That's helpful to know. Accurate and accurate 1. What's the difference? Plus 5 accuracy. Plus 5 accuracy. So they're the same. Slash damage versus pierce damage. Got it. Okay, so what is this? Interfering. Plus 5 deflection. So that increases my defense. But it's also slash. So I feel like it would be smarter to do this. That way I have slashing and piercing. Right? Yeah.
Nice and slow.
Alright, so that leaves
Be quiet.
helm. Helmets come in many forms, from the humble-headed padded cap to fully enclosed steel grate helms. Different cultures tend toward different styles of helmets, but outside of regimented armies, the type of helmet an individual wears often comes down to personal preference. I don't see any benefits of that yet. Inventory is to the left. I gotta remember that. Alright, this can now go to the stash because I don't need what it describes anymore. I don't think this does anything. Yeah. Just Get rid of it then. Let's go. Ooh. Ooh. Older robed man. 4 figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming like a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick gray beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with 2 protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book. Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then all at once it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land, and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black, unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end of a great pillar of adra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions. Questions that must be answered. Or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick gray beard and ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried, while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. What's the question? You awaken to find your malaise has broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, in an involuntary, paranoid tick. If this is a sickness, It may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures of the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Heoden and Kalisha lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. What? You are alone and far from help. Gilded Veil may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, I definitely want to point in that, at least for the extra damage reduction. I want second wind, heck yeah. I feel like a point in stealth isn't a bad idea. I don't know the maximum or anything, so I'm totally winging it here. It's a tough one between lore and stealth right now. Part of me wants to do... Oh man, it's such a tough one. I need the point in athletics, I need the point in survival. Lore... I haven't found any scrolls. I'm gonna put it in stealth. I'm a rogue. Why not? Okay. I'm level 2? I'm a huge fan of passives in most games, but I want to at least look at what all these do. Dramatically increases damage done from stealth or invisibility. The rogue may use melee or ranged weapons, but must be within 2 meters of the target. It's a passive from stealth or invisibility. Okay. Oh gosh, some of these are really good. Alright. Let's just keep looking through these. Nuanced faith in the gods allowed this character to unleash a wave of spiritual energy similar to a priest's holy radiance. So that's healing. Aspirant's Mark. The character has attuned themselves to the natural world like a druid. Nature's Mark. One per encounter. Effects. Foe AoE. Deflection drops. Ooh. That's honestly really good. Makes me much more accurate. Temporarily charm an opponent. However, it takes time to contact the victim's psyche, meaning it cannot be used at the start of combat. What does charm to do? Charmed target fights on behalf of the enemy at reduced capacity. Speed, accuracy, and all defenses are reduced by 25. Charmed is exclusive, meaning a character can only have one charmed affliction at a time. A newer one will dispel any older one present. So that's really good. If it connects. Ooh. It's a big maybe on that one. The character's intense beliefs have manifested as an aura with properties similar to a paladin's zealous focus. Modal? Meaning I just turn it on or off, right? Continuously, yep. So, +4 accuracy to everyone, that's good too. Eh. No. Outlander's Frenzy. Eh. That's pretty good. No. Summon skeletons? No. No. 3.5 endurance. Oh! Ooh, that's really good. 3.5 endurance per 3 seconds for 51.8 seconds. It's a passive, though. So why does it only last for 51.8 seconds? But it's a passive. Huh. Okay. So some of these are amazing. Some of them are pretty okay. I feel like Aspirin's Mark would be really good. Gallant Focus would be great. What else we got here? I don't want to limit myself to these yet. Plus, honestly, I would rather have Gallant Focus. It's less accuracy technically, but it also impacts my other nearby allies, so anyone close to me, automatically it's 8. So I would rather do that than any weapon focus yet. Nope. That's amazing. Probably, alright. That might be my first one. Nope. Defensive. Engagement occurs anytime an enemy attacks an enemy with a melee weapon at close range. As soon as the attacker gets close enough, he or she will engage. When a character is first engaged, he or she will stop moving. The character is free to move again, but doing so provokes a disengagement attack. Okay. Some afflictions make it impossible for a character to engage an enemy. Paralyzed, petrified, prone, and stunned all automatically drop engagement and can be used to get out of trouble. Note that there are a number of talents and abilities that modify engagement rules, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Huge bonuses to defense, that's great. Probably won't ever take any of those. Equipped shields, deflection bonuses are increased. That's great. No. So the only one here that I would probably take would be hold the line, and that's not really necessary for him. Fast runner. No. Although it would get me caught up to them quicker at the start of combat, so maybe on that one eventually, not right now. No, 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 no. Nope. Allows the healing of a modest amount of health. So, yeah. Helpful, but not something I'm going to worry about right now. Allows the healing of a smaller amount of health on an ally. Okay, so probably none of these either for a while. So, tough one. I don't feel like that's going to be important until later, honestly. Like, from stealth or invisibility. How often am I going to be stealthed? It's probably like 1 attack per combat, and if I get it off in the right, so maybe eventually, but not to start. I'm honestly thinking Gallant's Focus. Veteran's Recovery would be the choice. If I knew... .5 endurance per 3 seconds. So that's basically... Like, it says it's a passive. But it has a time limit on it. So that throws me off. Alright, I need to see a fighter use it in action before I do that. But I do want it. That's a no, that's a no. No. Which one was this? That could be so much fun. That's a big maybe for him. But probably not wise in the early game. That's a no. I'm going to go with Gallant's Focus. +4 accuracy for all of my people. Oh, no. 2-weapon style. That's the one. That's the one I want to start with. 100% 2-weapon style. Yep. And then the next choice will probably be Gallant's Focus. 20%, that's an extra attack every 5 attacks. That's huge. Yeah, confirming that. I think I'm done. Fatigue. One of your characters has become fatigued. Fatigue represents a physical and psychological wear and tear of demanding activity on a character. Most commonly received as an injury when a character is knocked out, but some scripted interactions will also result in fatigue. Fatigue goes through multiple stages, initially inflicting minor penalties, but growing in severity over time. Resting is the easiest way to remove the effects of fatigue. Some consumables can also remove fatigue. Okay. Take all your guys' stuff. That sucks that they're just dead. Did not anticipate that happening. Alright, so I don't need the extras. Don't need that. Not great for him. No, no, no. Let me re-examine the mace. Ooh, can I sort these somehow? They're like... I don't see a way to sort it. It's a bummer. Alright. Average speed. That's... yeah, I won't do that. How do I move to inventory? Okay. I want to hold... oops. I want to hold on to that. You know what? That's what we'll do. There. Those poor people. Okay. Here you go, Pop. Drink some coffee. Take a minute to collect myself and realize that the two people I just started the freaking game with are dead. Sucks, man. I should just pause. I don't know if running the timer is a good thing or not. I don't know if some quests are dependent on a real-world timer, you know what I mean? Deer cap. Whoa. Okay, person on the rack. That was freaky.
Nice and slow.
St. Kieran's horn. I don't wanna. Pilgrim's crown. I don't wanna.
Nice and slow. Steady does it.
Crucified person. Fantastic. Why am I seeing these?
Steady does it.
Springberry. Vessel flesh. Oh. I'm sorry. But also, I'm gonna take all of them. My bad, guys. This massive structure is formed of stone, adra, and copper, and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy. You're telling me. I guess that's it. Weird man. Oh! Okay, how does this work? I'm here, right? Yeah. Okay. Take you 6 hours to complete your journey from Steelyx to Valewood. Let's go. You have seen visions of another time and place. You were walking in a grand chamber toward a giant machine and a man standing in front of it. You wanted to ask him something, but what it was wasn't clear. Okay. Alright. There's like a... this is my story. That's cool. Whether it was a silver tongue, a head for numbers, and ability to appraise others, a simple happenstance since the reason that you made your living as a merchant. Cool. Nice. Alright. I still have my freaking illness too, don't I? Was I supposed to heal that? Like... how do I... oh, no I don't. Okay. Oh, and I'm fatigued. Right? Hold on. Character, here we go. Hatchet deflection, +5 deflection. Major fatigue, -20 accuracy, -25% maximum endurance. So I don't have that illness anymore, it looks like. But I do have fatigue. Major fatigue. Let's make camp, I guess? Oh, I'm totally guessing right now. Some weird dream. Was that body there before? Alright. Well, that was fun. Oh, it's a big area. Okay. What do we got? That's a ghost. What the... I can't interact with him.
Steady does it. Keeping quiet.
What's that? Is that another one of those ghost things? I think so. River Reed.
Nice and slow.
Alright, ignore him for now. I don't want to fight anything with a team if I can help it. Why are we freaking out? There's no one here. You stop that. Hey. Cut it out. Good boy.
Keeping quiet.
I don't like the bargain, dude. Please stop. Alright, camp up here. Bear cave. Maybe I do have to do this by myself? Is there a way to get here? Yeah, I guess so.
Steady does it.
Okay, backing off. Shattered pieces of a crate are strewn across the dirt along with a few muddy vegetables. I don't... Scroll of Tanglefoot. AoE hobbled. Rapidly grows a patch of twisted vines that surround and entangle anyone unlucky enough to be caught inside. Characters who set foot inside the area of effect become hobbled. What time is it? Alright, cool. Silver loose. The most common Valian coin found in Deerwood is the silver louche fish, so named for its resemblance to the scales of a fish. I'm confused. Are those worth a certain amount? They must be. So I'm not seeing it pop up anywhere else. Oh, okay, fair. And then what? That's a stash. Oh.
Keeping quiet.
Oops. Well, there you go. I definitely am not going inside of a bear cave right now. When it's just myself. Who are you? Northwest to Garen's Grasp, south to Gilded Vale.
Hail, traveler.
The man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp in quick, jerky movements. He looks up as you approach, his expression tense and drawn. "Greetings," he says, a little breathless. "On your way south, is it? Don't get too many of your sort coming out this way, meaning no offense. Suppose you're headed for Defiance Bay." He wipes his brow, turning to face you. "The sooner you're clear of these woods, the better, I think. Our caravan was attacked. I've been trying to get to Gilded Vale." "Hard luck, and I'm sorry to hear it. You should be fine from here. There's no missing the Vale if you keep on the road. If you keep to the road, then you haven't far to walk. But you'll want to keep clear of this place after that. We were just attacked north of here. Me and a friend of mine. We came out here to hunt some deer. We came up on a bear instead. Great monstrous thing. And Pearly, he didn't make it." He shakes his head. "I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this forest's already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else." "What happened to your friend?" We didn't see it coming. Naunton's voice shakes a little as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly, he saw something in the brambles, and we went tearing off after it. But all we did was stumble into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. The bear was on top of him before we knew what was happening. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose, he smiles sadly. And this time, Galawain's favor fell upon the bear. In any case, this forest already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Where did you find this bear? In a cave a ways up that way. He turns to point to the northwest. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of a beast. I would hate to hear that it took another life. Who are you, by the way? Name's Naughton. Born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. Farewell.
Nice and slow.
I wonder if I can just go to like any edge of the map, or if they're specific ones, you know what I mean? Like if I go east, will it send me to the east, or... I'm just curious. There's a couple of them, so I'm backing up. Might be able to take him.
Nice and slow.
Huh. Oh. This is probably a bad idea. The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up, startled, as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Help! Please, help! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick as they pass him, and he huddles. Fuck. This ain't good. Oh, this ain't good at all. Come on, stand up, man. I need to run. Don't attack. What are you doing? They had green. Oh gosh. Can I not run? Are you kidding me? Oh god. Well, That was lucky. Frick. God. Cocoa. Huh. Sweet-smelling powder is an exotic good hailing from Valian markets. Its chief use in the Deerwood is the creation of the delicacy known as chocolate. Gives me constitution for 300 seconds. That's cool. Smallest gold coin used by the Valian republics, the Seol Sun, is used for high-value transactions. Interesting. Man, that was not my best moment. Just got my ass handed to me. So, alright. Hold on a second here. I need to figure out what this is. Alright. Endurance represents a character's short-term survivability. Damage that is not absorbed by a character's damage reduction goes straight to their endurance and health. Potions and healing magic can restore endurance in combat. When a character's endurance reaches 0, he or she will be knocked out. What about health? What's the difference? Health is a long-term damage, only regained through rest and certain talents. Damage that is not absorbed by a character's damage reduction goes straight to their health and endurance. When a character's health reaches 0, they will either be maimed or killed. A maimed character who is reduced to 0 health will always be killed regardless of settings. Unlike endurance, a character's health does not get restored after combat. Characters have much larger health values and endurance values. Okay, so every time I get hit, totally just assuming this, but it seems like every time I get hit, it hits both my endurance and my health. My endurance is the 44, and I can replenish that through items or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But my health is the bar. And I can only take so much endurance, or so many hits before I'm dead. Remove White Leaf Crash, immunity to Frighten, Sicken. This is a drug. Wow. White leaf is derived from the white leaf weed, which is commonly found throughout the Deerwood and Irglanfath. Locals dry and smoke the plant, which grants a feeling of calm alongside an intense lethargy. Okay.
Good day, stranger.
This had better have been worth it. By the flame, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Or until they were bored with me, I suppose. I must get back home. I only hope they haven't hired a replacement. The dwarf looks aghast. Listen, next time you're in Gilded Vale, stop by the Black Hound Inn. I'll let Pasca know what you've just done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my oven again. You've earned a reputation. Reputations can be held with communities or factions that Eastern Reach. Okay, how do I see my reputation? Party reputations. Gilded Vale ally. Faintly good. Alright, cool. Max endurance and perception. Cool. Stiletto. What are you? Pierce damage. With damage reduction bypass. That's cool. And damage reduction. Wait, what? Damage reduction reduction. Okay. I'll take a peek at that. Meat, poultry. The tent is empty but for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies. Dry wood and fruits include the imported sunreed, staple of Aderin orchards, and the common pear, though Valian figs are quite popular among the wealthy. Okay, so I can use these as like little bonuses. That's neat. Anyways, this I feel like I want to put that on the interfering again. Oh, it's gives me a bonus to defense. I feel like I want to put that on instead of the rapier. What do you do again? Okay. I also feel like I should definitely camp, but before I do that, head over to Gilded Vale. I'll go back there with a party to fight the bear and do the other things. That was wild. Ooh, okay. Oh, cute.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
Do you welcome everyone this way? The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the tree.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever sired a Hollowborn child?
What are you talking
An
about?
infant born without a soul, of course. Lord Raderick has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head ever so slightly toward the deformed
His
tree.
lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radrick's Hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn, just southwest of here.
I'm not going to tell this guy I was near a bivouac, no way. You said something about Hollowborn and Wadewind's legacy before. He blinks. I forget that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the dear wood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows. They began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Wadewind's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. I see. Lord Radrick's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart. He nods. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understand our rules. Before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing on Ingwithan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Bereth have mercy. We certainly have. Maybe so. Oh, I guess I have to ask this? Okay. I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with the bivouac. Is there anyone in town who could help?
Problem. It sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Raderick, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all. But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that. Keep out of...
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed. 3 bells toll only for the death of a Radrick. I fear Lord Radrick's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
What do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barath must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth, perhaps, but that is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn, or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. I'm not going to threaten him. I don't know who this guy is. Yeah, it just seems like a bad idea. You want to go to the inn and rest. I think these rains would be a boon for the crops. Yeah, probably bad news. You're right. Heard they fended off another attack. Does ale taste funny to you? The crops are blighted, the legacy is upon us, this place is cursed. Been thinking about joining family over in Deerford. They say they have it far better than us. So Tunu's one of the best smiths in the Deerwood, but his stock's been very lousy lately. At the inn? Yes. Oh, it's a dog. The hound stares intently at the covered window, head cocked as if waiting to hear a particular sound. It looks up when you approach and whines a low note, tail wagging slightly. Let's give him a pet. The dog's tail thumps happily against the floorboards. These bones are covered in tiny bite marks. This place is a mess. Got a name? Scylla Amin. Whoa. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this woman's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. Reach out for the soul. You see a long, empty road cutting through two large crop fields. The air is silent and the land seems too still for early afternoon. This woman walks slowly on the road, leading a horse, curiously looking around. She seems to sense something wrong, but is unable to discern what it is. She stops, sniffing at the air, her nose high. Her brow crinkles and she casts about, looking for something. The air is clear. No clouds. She sniffs again, still looking around, confusion clouding her face, mouthing a single word. Fire. She looks out across the fields, her confusion turning into fear. She holds her hand up to block the sun from her eyes and scans the fields again. Not finding what she was looking for, she jumps onto her horse's back, the fear quickly becoming panic. She kicks, sending the horse shooting down the path, which bends around some trees to where the farmhouse should be. She pulls up short, horror now in residence on her face as she stares at the burned and charred mess that used to be her family's home. Tears well in her eyes as she kicks again, racing to the rubble. That was wild. Shane shakes Mulrian. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. You see an emaciated boy in chains, black holes for eyes, staring sightlessly at a wall. A man in a dark coat walks in, a scroll and an oddly shaped quill in his hand. The boy glances at him expressionless, a corpse waiting for animation. The man clucks at him, disapproval clear in his tone. The boy stands, limbs hanging. The man takes the quill and begins to write on the boy's chest, copying sharp, angular symbols from the scroll. The child doesn't flinch as the quill digs into his skin, drawing blood as it goes. The wizard finishes with a flourish and barks some arcane command, setting the symbols to glow dully. The boy cries out, knees hitting the stone hard, his chest burning black and red. Finally, the glow disappears, leaving only hard black scars etched into his skin. He slumps sideways, twitching eyes facing the back of his skull. The wizard grunts, kicking him in the leg on his way out. The boy lies on the floor until dawn, eyes still black like holes, the twitching growing into convulsive shakes. Deathlock Magitep. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Voices from his past seem to call out to you. You see a man soar through the air, hitting a nearby wall with a nauseating crunch. He doesn't get up. His attacker, a burly, clean-cut warrior with a carnivorous grin, turns and shoves his fist into the stomach of another assailant, removing another from the impromptu brawl. The bar is a whirlwind of elbows, knees, fists, and feet, with no end in sight, and he is in his element. In the corner, 3 smaller men speak quietly, throwing malicious glances at the larger man in the center. He breaks a chair over a tattooed head, cackling. The trio position themselves in 3 parts of the room, and with a terse nod, they charge. Unfortunately for them, the man sees them coming. Something in his eyes burns brightly, and all 3 slump to the ground in an agony that's all in their minds. The burly man bows to a room of the unconscious and incapacitated before sauntering out, off-key whistle trailing behind him. Those are cool. Neat touch.
Steady does it.
Carousers. Grab a drink, friend. Not much else of worth in this town, says the woman from Thane. Hey, we said we wouldn't mention Thane. Alright.
Nice and slow.
Roaches scatter and flee under the crates.
Steady does it.
Finished.
Crammed behind the books is a drawing that shows Eothas and Lord Raedric in a compromising position. The Deerwood, Part 1, Early Colonial History. No other land has such a wild and bloody recent history. From colony to palatinate to free republic, the Deerwood has undergone a trial by fire to emerge as a powerful force of the Eastern Reach. Deerwood's history actually begins in Adir 2602 AI. Adir explorers returned from a journey across the ocean with tales of the treasures they'd found. They discovered countless ruins scattered throughout the forests as well as plains to the north of the trees that would be perfect for growing Vorlas. There was a problem, however. The locals were hostile, and there was potential for conflict. The Fyrkoning of Adir, Fair Koning, First King, knew that this was too good an opportunity to pass up and sent more explorers to scout and map the area. Exploration continued over the next 20 years. Small groups of explorers traveled back and forth between Adir and this new world, with a handful of colonists setting up small camps to establish a base for the explorers to work out of. Conflicts with the locals, who the Adirans learned are called the Glanfathons, were rare, but frequent enough for the Fyrkoning to send a small squadron of guards to help protect his citizens. These guards established a central base on a river in the western section of the woods. This settlement would eventually become the city of Deerford, upon which the modern-day village of the same name is presently built. Once that base was established, the first permanent Adiran settlements began north and west of the Bale River. Over the next 3 years, thousands of Adirans made the trek from Adir to this new land. The Glanfathons, who seemed to revere the ruins scattered throughout the forest, caused a few problems with some of the settlements, especially those founded near the ruins themselves. These were easily taken care of by the colonists with the help of the Imperial Guard. The Adirans, in order to further their foothold in the area, reduced the cost of production, and in an attempt to keep the Glanfathan population under control, started making slaves out of any Glanfathans captured during the uprisings. This resulted in a great increase in tension between the two groups. With the population of the area growing, an official governmental structure was established by the Fyrkoning. He appointed several earls to preside over the land and assigned them thanes to help rule their territories, and they called the new Grefrum the Deerwood. Deerford remained the center for the Imperial Guard, but the settlement in Pearlwood Gulf, now New Dunrid, was the true seat of power for the area. Sitting at the edge of the ocean, forest, fertile farmland, and a river that runs from the coast to the White March, settlers flocked to the area, hoping to establish names for themselves. A deer began to spread across the new land. Please leave me be. I am full of sickness with what I have seen of this place and its people. That's absolutely fair from what I've seen so far. 10 years of dawn. And 10 years I tilled the Vorless Leaf. And 10 years I told myself that living in St. Waidwin's footsteps would bring me rebirth. Each dawn I'd pray that if thou art in darkness, he shall bring thee light. Yet each night would bring the same emptiness. For my decade of living as a simple dye farmer, all I have to show for it is a great deal of purple clothing. Eothas has not spoken to us since he appeared as St. Waidwin. It was my hope that Eothas would claim me as his next vessel, but alas, the child of light remains silent. Every day I practice the ritual of banishing the shadows of the unfaithful, and every day I work my fields in solitude, without sign of Eothas returning. If thou art in darkness, he shall bring thee light. But how long must I remain lost in this long night of abandonment? Is this my punishment for keeping my faith a secret? Is Eothas hiding from me until I shout my reverence for all to hear? Surely he must know that the Deerwoodens now hate him and his followers. My countrymen are quick to blame all that was terrible about the Saints' War on those of us still faithful to Eothas. Should they not be angry at the Red Seraph soldiers? Do the Deerwoodens not realize that to dismiss the god of rebirth and redemption is to prevent all hope of healing? As I pen these words, I know that I must continue to till the dye leaf. I will awake each day with hope. If thou art in darkness, he shall bring me light. Each day I will pray that the dawn stars visit me, just as they visited St. Waidwin in his field of Vorlas. Will they come to me as they came to St. Waidwin, as a man and 2 women, luminescent and perfect? I am told they come to presage new times. I am told many things, and I struggle to find the faith to believe it all. And yet, each morning the sun rises in the eastern sky, and each morning Eothas illuminates my simple plot of land, casting away the shadows of the unfaithful in his golden gaze. I thank thee, Eothas, for all the springs I've had, and all that will come. I am in darkness. Please, bring me light. Okay, so if it's red, it's considered stealing. And I'm just going to go ahead and assume here that there's no way to break into that without being caught. Yet. Ain't nothing wrong with keeping notes. Not looking anything up. Yep. Head downstairs. You are something cute. You're something. Okay. I am not going to read As You Near, You Feel a Vibrant History contained in the essence of this man's soul, voices from his past seem to call out to you every single time we find one of these. So, I'm just going to read the name, Strom Blight... Maybe I won't, if I can't pronounce it. Strom Brightblade And then I will just reach out for the soul. You see a group of young men standing around a makeshift practice target. This man stands in the middle of them, explaining the construction and use of a bow. He holds it up, pointing out each part as he speaks about it and what it does. He then walks away from the target, telling them to remain where they are, and takes his place about 200 feet away. He carefully lines up his shot, explaining what he is doing as he does, and lets the arrow fly. It hits the target dead center, much to the surprise and delight of the boys near it. He smiles, walking towards the boys, talking about proper stance and how to most effectively hold a bow. A noise comes from the tree line near the practice venue, and he stops, scanning the woods, blue eyes squinting against the sun. A shadow moves, making its way through the forest behind them. He draws an arrow and lines up the shot, carefully tracking the motion of the hidden creature. Loosening the arrow, he wastes no time and quickly grabs another. The boys spin, watching the arrow fly into the forest, immediately lost among the trees. There is sudden explosive movement in the undergrowth as a deer erupts from the tree line, running across the edge of the clearing. The boys laugh, turning to joke with the man about his lousy shot. They stop talking, seeing him holding the bow and leading the deer with the knocked arrow. They drop to the ground as he looses this last arrow, which flies true and strikes the deer right behind its shoulder, piercing heart and lungs and dropping it dead almost immediately. The boys stare at the deer for a few seconds, and then slowly turn to look at the man, newfound respect in their eyes. He smiles again, and breathes a quiet sigh of relief. What are you doing? No, don't eat my foot. Weird dog. Get out of there. Come on. Selena Vertivo. As you near, you feel a vibrant history. I'm not going to read that. You see a woman emptying her satchel onto her bed, taking a stock of her inventory. Potions, bandages, tinctures, and herbs are scattered throughout her room haphazardly. She bites her lip, head tilted to the side, considering. She begins to repack one item after the other, careful deliberation undercut by shaking hands. Each item has a clearly marked place, but no matter how she repacks it, she isn't satisfied. The shaking worsens as she empties it out once more, one hand held to her mouth. Tears eke from her eyes as she gives up all semblance of order and shoves everything she can in the satchel, grabbing it and running out of the bare house. Straightening her back, she walks to the docks, chin high, eyes hard and red. A gangly young elf offers his condolences, but she can't see him for the ocean ahead of her. She wanders the docks, offering her services as a doctor to any who will listen, anyone holding out on high tide. Less than an hour later, she watches her childhood disappear in the distance, a tiny speck of an island, and tries not to jump. What is going on with these? And who are you then? Another fool come to answer Raedric's invitation? Our great lord had my sister run out of town after the buoy was born. She was the only family I had left. Not sure where she is now. Blazes, I need another drink. Wish we had some minstrels in here. Good to see the new faces around. Feels like the village gets smaller by the day. This cone of fire in front of the caster. Okay. Development of a Crucible Knight, Part 2, Senior Ranks. Commander and Forge Master. Once a path is chosen, the knight's life is spent training in his preferred discipline. The pomp and formalities that surrounded his life up to this point are all but gone. The training is far more rigorous and there is less ceremony to mark his progress. For most knights, Commander, Body, or Forge Master, Soul, are further than they will ever advance. The training of a knight at this level, while almost exclusively in the discipline he has chosen, is still rounded out with instruction from the other. A knight is not truly a knight if he does not have a full breadth of knowledge. When he passes from Justiciar to Commander, the knight is given a blue cape to wear with his plate armor. When a Templus rises to the position of Forge Master, he is presented with a white cloak. Marshal and Crucilar. After time spent training, an elite knight that shows true leadership potential and promise is elevated to the next level. A knight of the body becomes a marshal, and a knight of the soul becomes a crucilar. At this point, he is in command of a small group of knights, commander/forge master, and below. He is responsible for the recruitment, initiation, and advancement of new squires. Many knights do not want to advance to this level and beyond, because the role becomes less hands-on and more advisory. Marshals are known by their purple capes, while crucilars are distinguished by a gold cloak. Lord Justiciar and Grand Templars. A marshal or crucilar that shows true and effective command over the knights in his keeping may be offered the position of Lord Justiciar of the body or Grand Templars of the soul. Truly a command position, a knight that accepts one of these roles will be removed from the front lines. Because of this, it is only the most dedicated leaders that take either of these positions. Lord Marshal and Grand Crucilar. There is not a single knight that oversees the entire group. This responsibility is split between the Lord Marshal body and the Lord Crucilar soul. Any knight that advances to this position does so only with the support of the knights as a whole. He must be nominated and selected by a majority of the knights. Once in the position, he is there for life. The Lord Marshal or Lord Crucilar may step down from his post if he so chooses, but that is only to retire from the life of a knight. The stress and responsibility of this position is such that many refuse it, even if they are capable of handling it. Lord Marshals and Crucilars are well known and generally respected throughout the land, not just within the knights.
Steady does it.
Folk like you might do better in Defiance Bay. Good to see new faces around. Feels like the village gets smaller by the day.
Steady does it.
Hey, another Orlin. I just carry the dishes. I want to talk to Pasca at the counter there. Ah, okay. So they start repeating themselves after a while. I want to know what these are for. There's got to be a reason. Like, other than just the minor benefits, right? Some kind of brown slop is congealing in these dishes. It smells burnt.
Nice and slow.
Ah. Potion of Eldritch Aim. Goldratt Chew. +3 might for 600 seconds, so 10 minutes. +1 move speed, -2 perception. A staple of the Deerwooden countryside, Goldratt Chew is a favorite of farmers who swear by the minor boost in energy it provides. Those who use it often find that they feel sluggish when they stop. The chew is made from the root of the golden celery plant. Grants the caster otherworldly sight, resulting in preternatural accuracy for a short period. 15 accuracy. That is pretty good. There we go. There we go. Spoons hang by the fire, coated in brownish gunk. Does that mean stealing? It must. How far away do I have to be to... There we go. Is it paused? Yes, good. Alright. I'm just checking. +2 damage reduction. Although uncommon in the Deerwood, ale with its rich and fruity taste finds enough enthusiasts to keep its production flowing. Cool.
Nice and slow.
Ah! It's you! My savior! He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I have decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. A savory pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. Thanks? Do I just discover these as we go? Oh, no, okay. Ah, okay. So you can mix them together to make other things. That's cool. Huh. So, like this... Huh. Alright. Buddy, you're alright. Take a breath. No, none of that, please. None of that. Yeah, I know. Lay down. You're already laying down. Just chill. You're very sweet. Love you. Okay, so hold on to that kind of stuff. Including that. The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean.
Greetings.
Hello, and welcome to the innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you. Tenfrith told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenfrith said he wanted to whip up something so nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. She laughs. So what would you like? I'd like to know more about the Black Hound. Really? Well, let me see. The actual building's been here for years, but the Black Hound's fairly new. We've got a lot of new faces in here, too. Fewer than we used to, I'll admit. Tenfrith's the big draw. I'm sure we'll get the big crowds back again in no time. I used to work the tables, actually, until the old owner up and left. Nobody's sure what happened to him. Even left his poor hound behind. That's the name, see? The Black Hound? It's still sitting upstairs, pining after him. Poor old girl. Place ended up in my hands somehow, she laughs. My very own inn. A lot of hard work involved, but it's been worth it so far. Please, sit where you like. Would you like a drink, or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today, she sighs. Unless you're fond of cold porridge. I could use some reliable help. Yes, I could. Do you know of anyone looking for work? Oh, well, I wouldn't say I can speak from experience, but we do have certain sorts coming by looking for work from time to time. If you want to hire someone on, I'd be happy to send them your way. Let me see what I have to work with. Oh, these like... Yep. Cool. Honestly, it might be worth, adding a couple, just randomly. Oh, that's cool. Very cool that those are options. Right now I just want the common room though. Yes. Nice little Netflix fire. That's great. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of a gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face has shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind, until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly her head snaps up, and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake. The foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face, and thick droplets in your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Did I level up again? Wow, lots of level ups. Can't believe I leveled up that quickly. I mean, honestly, I don't need that. I can see where this is going to come in handy, so yes, and yes. Oh, derp. Okay. Ah, this is different. The rogue employs a variety of underhanded tactics, turning some of their hits into critical hits. 10% of hits. Ah, wow, that's huge. Allows the rogue to break engagement and expertly avoid the next attack, diving out of range to a specific location. That's cool. Causes the rogue to dive into battle without a second thought, lowering his or her deflection, but increasing accuracy and weapon damage. Holy crap. Oh, tough choice between these two. So anything above 100 is a crit. But this just must mean like any of those in that range that are under between 50 and 100. So if I have 50 to 100 and 10% of them are converted to crits, that's 50% damage if I remember correctly. Yeah. Ooh. A crit on effects with a duration will increase the duration by 50%. That's amazing. So that's helpful in and of itself. But straight damage... Oh, you know what? What's Crippling Strike? The rogue attacks as her enemy's ability to move around effectively, inflicting extra damage to any and hobbling in any successful hit. It's cool. It's not amazing. Ten to 15 pierce, plus 10 to 15 slash. That's cool. Plus 25% damage. I mean, it's good. It's not incredible. I would argue that these are more important. So, 8 melee accuracy, plus 20% damage, or 10% of all my hits do 50% more damage. Would that be like, on average, 5% more damage? Am I doing that math correctly? Would be you hit more often with that accuracy. You do I think Reckless Assault is better. But if it's modal, can I have multiple modal things on at once? Often grouped so that only one modal ability in a category. What's the category? Tough call there. I could always redo the character later if this doesn't work with the one that the paladin one. I feel like it won't. It's a straight 20% extra damage with every single hit. And I'm still critting, which makes my crit stronger by an additional 30%. Yeah, so I'm going to say Reckless Assault. I know it makes me get hit more, but that's okay.
How do you do?
Innkeeper smiles brightly at you. Hello again. Come to rest your feet a while. Let me see what you have for sale. I'm sure you'll find something to your liking. We have the finest cook in the Deerwood. Cool. Do you have a certain amount of money, or can I just sell all my crap to you? That's my question. Because I don't want this. Don't need that. Don't really want that. It's distracting. Hold up. Before I start throwing all these away, all willy-nilly. Can't see any reason I would want that. Ah, okay. Yep, it's fine. I wish there was a way to sort. Get that. Let's keep those. Nothing special going on there. Let's keep 2 of the bows and a crossbow. Cool. I really sincerely wish yeah, I'm good on this. I wish there was a way to sort. Oops. I'm honestly good with him having this one. The recovery speed is the important part. Is it though? Damage reduction does seem to be important. I wish there was a way to sort things. Like, instantaneously, I mean. Ugh. Alright, so what do I gotta do? Pick up the ones that I want in the front first? Kinda. I mean, whatever. Take that. I didn't even want to do that. I wanted to hit X. Gross, Steelyx. There we go. Okay, I think that'll do it for now. Sell the rest of those. Cool. Yeah, that's a lot of... a lot. I can have 6 party members, that's cool. I feel like I should hire...
Hail
hire,
and
like,
well
3.
met.
I'd like to hire some help. Sure thing, see who came by. Hire level 2 adventurers. But honestly, I don't think I'm going to keep these guys very long, so... Ow. Let's just hire 2. Now I have party members again. Hooray. I want you over there, and I want you like right here. Alright. Back to the game. Alright, I kind of want to go up here, hit this first. I'm here, and I know that time advances pretty quickly, so I might as well take the time to fully explore the town, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, you see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
What's going on? One of the other men points to the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. Mocking us even while he shelters in our village just goes to show you what these fancy Adir manners are worth. We don't take to that kind of treatment, not from foreigners, and especially not from Adirans.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Fie, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
What?
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
I didn't expect an elf with a Scottish accent. I'll take it.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
Does this guy have a split personality? He's a good boy. He's a good calm. Relax.
That's where you're wrong.
This is unnecessary. Wouldn't you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? We don't want your charity either, foreigner. They squint at you through red, bleary eyes. It sounds suspiciously like you're defending him. Oh, okay, well, my bad. Oh, jeez. This guy got slaughtered. As the last of the attackers falls, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
I'm glad I could help.
Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts. Though your accent suggests that you are no more local than I.
He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and
I suppose
fine.
introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvisor, at your service.
How did you manage to get stuck out here? He laughs uncomfortably. That is
I'm a
something of a long
wizard by
story.
training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I am grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some
Griffin
ruins.
ruins? Well, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
Several hooded figures operating a strange machine. Aloth goggles at you silently, apparently assessing your earnestness. Finally, he gives you a clipped, awkward laugh.
You manage to find yourself in rather interesting predicaments.
What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
Question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
Honestly, I've been experiencing strange things of late, and I'm looking for an expert on
Indeed.
souls.
The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists. He has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
He nods at the gnarled old tree in the center of town. His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expected that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere. Just how did you manage to cross those three
I'm afraid
drumps?
that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did make a rather lewd suggestion regarding one of the aggressors and his own sister. Ah, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. This guy's so weird. You don't exactly look like a settler.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places.
It's a fair point. I should get going.
Given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
If this is a companion, I'm totally on board with a schizophrenic Scottish wizard. So do I. Let's go.
Excellent.
Then.
I shall follow you.
I do wonder if I should throw around his skills a little bit. 6% damage and healing. Straight up constitution, dexterity. He's quick. He's perceptive. Interrupt and accuracy and reflex are decent. Great intellect. Decent resolve. I don't like that he has a point in mechanics. That's kind of unnecessary. He lost leather armor. Cool. Distant advantage. Oh, for wizards, that makes so much sense. Okay. Let's try it out. I don't need to min-max every little thing, you know? What does he got? Alright. He has a hood, a cloak. He's wearing it's not what I selected at all. Where did that go? Why can't I examine it? Alot's leather armor has been lightly enchanted to enhance his spellcasting abilities. It also appears to have custom decorative patterns stitched into the surface. Unlike most Deerwoodian leather armor, Aloth's has been tailored in the Adir style, meaning that the torso is more heavily reinforced, but lacks sleeves due to Adir's hot and humid climate. Plus 10% ability area of effect. It's recovery speed. Recovery is the amount of time that a character spends between actions. Longer actions result in proportionally longer recovery. Armor also has a large effect on recovery. Have your armor inflicts longer recovery penalties. Yeah, I feel like for a wizard that's unique to have such a high, but I'll take it. I mean, it's good. And he has, what is this? Scepter. As a wizard, I don't know how important that is, but we'll see. I might, actually, I might as well give him, even though it's a bigger shield, I might as well give it to him. So I don't fully understand spells yet. But he'll take this, and he'll take this, and the Grimoire is what? 1 per level? But the cracking binding of this grimoire suggests that it has seen much use. It appears to have been meticulously cared for. The leather cover is smooth and oiled, and not a single page is wrinkled or dog-eared. Aloth's neat, careful calligraphy has been painted across the pages, forming an orderly catalog of the spells he's learned and the incantations required to cast them. Arcane symbols shimmer and writhe across the pages, ready to absorb and channel energy. You feel traces of Aloth's essence within the grimoire, and can almost hear him reciting his spells with measured precision. So how do I... Oops. Ah. Summons 3 spell missiles that batter the target, inflicting crush or corrode damage. Overwhelm anyone in the area of effect with a brilliant, bewildering pyrotechnic display, decreasing their will and leaving them dazed. The dazed victim's accuracy is reduced by 10. Dexterity, perception, and intellect are all reduced by 2, and attack speed, so that's a really, really good debuff. Okay. The caster's hands become so cold as to freeze what they touch. Does freeze damage to a target and reduces its accuracy. Cool. And then Fan of Flames. That's all he knows. Oh, nope. Wait, what? He doesn't know that, but it's in his... I mean, yeah. Okay. That's cool. But he also knows Wizard's Double. Creates a duplicate of the caster to distract enemies, granting the caster a high deflection bonus until he or she is hit or crit. Okay, so I'll leave that out because I don't think that's super necessary. I like these. 8 levels of spells. There must be 16 levels. I'm already level 3. That was quick. Okay, so there's that, and then 2 per encounter, AoE, raw damage. Hell yes. Okay. It's 2. Is it like spell slots? Wizards use Arcane Assault as soon as combat opens. If Per Rest is enabled, they use direct damage or foe-only AoE spells. Like Minolet's Minor Missiles, Jolting Touch, Kalika's Sunless Grasp. I don't want him to do that. I want to use those as necessary. Crowd control. The wizard focuses on foe-only spells that cause afflictions. Defensive. Spell sword. I feel like that's... Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm assuming this is nothing new. Remember that when you decide not know. Yes, okay, cool. Already figured all that out. And then he can level up, apparently. So give him survival. Give him athletics. And then just focus on lore. Because the rest of this isn't as important for him. Can learn one free spell, but I will find the rest of them eventually, so just out of sheer curiosity. Quick strike of crushing force, dealing little damage but having a high chance to disrupt spellcasters. You're going to increase damage reduction for a full minute. Coats the ground in slick oil-like substance, inflicting knockdown. I like knockdown spells. A bolt of electricity jumps from the caster's fingers to the nearest enemy and then to the next nearest, causing decreasing amounts of shock damage. 2 targets. 3 targets. Technically, Ghost Blades calls a field of unearthly blades into existence, inflicting immediate pierce damage and a hobbled affliction. Empowers the target with unnatural speed, increasing their movement rate. Wow. Eldritch Aim grants the caster otherworldly sight, resulting in a preternatural accuracy for a short period. Creates a glowing quarterstaff of pure energy for the wizard to yield, granting a bonus chance to hit and giving the wizard endurance with each successful strike. That's cool. Chills a blindingly white icy fog into existence, inflicting blindness and freeze damage over time to any in the area of effect. I'm gonna go with Slickin'. All these. Oh, I guess someone else can get Gallon's focus. That's cool. I wonder if they stack. I might give him Enigma's Charm. Generates a blast on the target when using wand, rod, or scepter, doing a modest amount of damage to all enemies in a small area around the target. Okay. That is cool. That's because it's a passive, that's cool. But he won't be using it super often. Not worried about those yet. No. allows the wizard to smash an enemy with a grimoire, energize a spiritual enemy, causing large damage, and knocking the target back. That is cool. Conjures a protective shield of magic, dramatically boosting the wizard's deflection. Holy crap. These are tough. That's a tough choice. One of these would actually be good for him if I can have him focus on something in particular. Reduces the recovery time when switching weapons or spells and grimoires. Alright, it's going to be one of these two. That makes him, God, nearly impossible to kill. That would make him a really interesting fighter. Like melee combatant. I just feel like this is probably better long term though. Like it only lasts for 13 seconds. I'm going to use Arcane Veil. Just doing it. Oh, and he got another level too. Holy crap. Awesome. Alright, pump up his lore. Oh, he's learned 2 of these. Okay, here we go. Creates a rebounding ball of fire, inflicting burn damage upon anyone in its path. Bounces up to 3 times. Okay. Ray of Fire creates a scorching ray of flame between the caster and the target, inflicting continual burn damage to the target, anyone caught in the ray. That's a lot. Holy crap. Like 10 to 17 per second for 10 seconds. That's wild. Lance of pure necrotic energy, causing corrode damage instantly and over time. Holy damage. Creates duplicates of the caster to distract enemies, granting a high deflection bonus, which is reduced with each hit taking. Cloud of heavy fog settles in the minds of those in the area effect, dulling senses and wits, inflicts penalties to perception, intellect, and resolve. Caster becomes able to see an enemy's weaknesses and vulnerabilities as though they were physically tangible, increasing the chance of landing a critical hit. For himself? Interesting. Infuses the caster with vitality, giving them a temporary increase to maximum endurance and health. That's cool. Fetid caress. The target becomes paralyzed, afflicted with boiling pustules of foul-smelling liquid that erupt from their skin, sickening those nearby. Okay. So paralyzed is great. Target can't take any action. The dexterity is set to 0, and the reflex and deflection scores are reduced by 40. Override stun, stuck, and prone. Sickened character has all attributes reduced by 1. Fortitude and will are reduced by 10. Ooh. Maybe. Oh gosh. Curse of Blackened Sight. There we go. Council Haunt's Corrosive Siphon. Eats away at the target's spirit, inflicting corrosive damage, and converting that essence into endurance for the caster. And it's an AoE. Oh man. Tough one. It gives him a heal. It's a small area, but over 13 seconds. To 17 burn damage. There's potentially 100 to 170 damage. But 2 matches it, 2 enemies match it, and 3 beats it. No. 3 doesn't quite beat it, but it does heal. Causes enemy wounds in the area of effect to ignite, inflicting additional burn damage over time each time they are wounded. Damage reduction. Creates a mystical shield around the casters, fusing them with bonuses to burn for each corrode and shock damage reductions. Spins a resilient vicious web throughout the area effect, leaving unfortunate victims stuck inside. Rooted, able to act, but unable to leave their current location. Dexterity is reduced by 2, accuracy reduced by 5, reflex and deflection reduced by 20. Ooh. I guess that's only foes. That's everyone. Creates a bizarre... Ooh. Foe. Creates a bizarre and perplexing visual distraction, confusing enemies in the area of effect. Makes the character behave erratically. Every 6 seconds, the target checks randomly to do one of the following. Behave normally, attack an ally, walk in a random direction, or do nothing. Every 6 seconds, so he does that twice. It's not really worth it. So let me just double check this. Yeah. Alright. Now we can do 4 of those and 2 of those. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Last but not least. Yeah. Cool. Alright, got a buddy. Careful if you head east. Guards patrol the eastern wood, but not the Black Meadow. No. One last thing I want to do. Aloth looks at you with quiet attentiveness. How may I be of service? Tell me about Adir. I've been gone for more than a year now, but I suspect I'll always think of the forests and fields of Adir as home. We've thousands of years of history and tradition behind us, and there's a sense of dignity and responsibility that comes with that. He frowns. Of course, there's baggage as well. Our imperial past is still fresh in the minds of many, as you may have noticed here. It's been difficult to adjust to the Dyrwood. People here are informal, hot-blooded. His mouth twists into a wry smirk. More attentive to insult than to duty. But as long as one avoids provocation, it's easy enough to get along. He steeples his fingers. I've gotten accustomed enough to keeping my thoughts to myself anyway. How long were you in Gilded Vale? He shrugs, fidgeting with the hem of his sleeve. Not much longer than you. As you saw, it was hardly the haven that had been advertised. Any thoughts on what I should do next? Well, you're in charge here. As far as I'm concerned, any place is better than Gilded Vale. That's all. Now I want to go. Oh, small little house. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh.
They'll never know I'm here.
This worn, dog-eared book is titled Travels Upon the Keldglass Sea. There's an etched illustration of a vast finned leviathan. A dear wooden woman is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself, or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly as you enter. Well, finally, I was starting to think. The woman makes a startled noise when she turns around and sees you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else. She gives you a cautious smile. Can I help you? I just arrived in Gilded Vale. I thought I'd get to know the locals. Were you with one of the caravans? She looks at you hopefully. Master Odima's, by chance. Why do you ask? My sister, Kalisha, was traveling with one of the caravans. She sent a letter before she came. Said she was going to pay her way by working as a guard for the caravan master. She always was a tough one. She pauses. I don't suppose you've seen her on the road, or the caravan, perhaps. It's Master Odima's. I was with that caravan. I'm afraid the rest of the caravan was killed. Alfra covers her mouth with her hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments she can manage nothing but a strangled, voiceless gasping, her eyes brimming with tears. I knew. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. Kalisha was always so certain she could take on any danger. Alfra sniffs. Oh, my poor sister. I'm sorry, stranger. I can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here. If I hadn't ridden to her, she might still be alive somewhere. Offer's face crumples, and a solitary tear slides down her cheek. Kalisha mentioned that she thought you needed some help. Perhaps I can provide some assistance? Offer looks at you with some surprise before dabbing at her nose with a sleeve. It's kind of you to offer, but I don't know if I can impose this on you. It's not a small favor. Offer wipes at her eyes. I'm worried about the baby, about the legacy. I told Kalisha as much as I could, but all I know is that for a long time now, every child born in Gilded Vale has been soulless, empty. It's happened to so many mothers, and Lord Raedric, he's exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the gods' disfavor. She sniffs. With my Hathort gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home, too. I hoped Kalisha could help me. They say Ranga, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent a child being hollowborn, but she moved south to Anslog's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey's too far for me. I can't make it as I am, but I don't have anyone else. Now with Kalisha gone, more tears run down her face. Please, can you help me? I'll find Ranga for you. Offer blinks, eyes wide. You will? Oh, gods bless you. Here, I'll give you coin to pay her with. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I think it's a drink she fashions out of... Well, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be too much of a burden to carry back. Anslog's Compass is... Wait, what? Okay. Anslog's Compass is what we call the lagoon to the south. You'll have to cross the wilds to get there. That's what keeps me from trying it myself. She clasps her hands together. Thank you again, truly. You'll be saving us both. She sets a hand on her stomach, smiling through her tears.
Hail, traveler.
I hope Ranga agrees to help. I honestly don't know what else I can do. Any chance you could tell me a few things about Gilded Vale? I can certainly try. What would you like to know? Tell me about the village. Let me think. We're farmers mostly, but there has always been work and opportunity for people coming in from elsewhere. In the old days, at least. The Black Hammer Smithery's been here for a long time. That's Tuatanu's place, south of the mill. And then there's the Black Hound, just a ways south of here. She sighs, trailing off. I have to admit, I don't go out much anymore. With that horrible tree out there. Things aren't like they used to be. But I don't have anywhere else to go. Whose lands are these? The Raedric family has held title over these lands for generations. Their keep is northeast of here, past the Eastern Wood. She holds up a hand. I wouldn't go near, mind. He doesn't see visitors or petitioners. Not these days. Some people say that, well, that there are some bad seeds in that line. A weaker soul. Maybe that's why. She hesitates. Well, never mind. I'm sure Lord Raedric has his reasons. I don't have any more questions. Offer nods. Was there anything else? I'll be going.
Keeping quiet.
Ah, the cat can't catch me stealing. Can't tell if I can be seen or not. Clink. You see a small group of people gathered around the ruins of the house. The destruction continues out from a single dwelling through the entire village. Not a single building stands. Rubble is scattered everywhere. One of the men in the group leans over something in the debris. It is the man, younger, barely more than a... It is this man, younger, barely more than a boy. The man reaches out and shakes the boy by the shoulder. The boy makes no sound and doesn't respond to the man's disturbance. The man looks up at the other members of the group and shrugs, standing to rejoin his friends. The boy suddenly sits up, eyes wide. He scrabbles backward away from the group, looking around in horror. The group moves towards him in unison, eliciting a yelp from the boy who tries to move further away. A woman in the group puts out her hand, stopping the rest. She turns to them reproachfully, motions for them to stay, then looks at the boy on the ground who is trying to push himself through what remains of a wall. He seems unaware he has even stopped. The woman slowly moves toward the boy, hands out, speaking in a low, calming tone. For a time, the boy doesn't even hear. He just closes his eyes and braces himself against the wall, expecting violence. Eventually, the woman's words work through the fear, and he hears her. He opens his tear-filled eyes and stares at her. She holds out a hand to him. He looks at it, seeming confused by the offer, then hesitantly reaches out. She takes his hand in hers and leans down to help him stand. Steelyx, the usurper. You see a lone man standing in a field. He looks around, surveying the crops. Occasionally, he bends to examine a leaf up close. He is intent on what he is doing, completely absorbed in his work. This man approaches him from behind. He moves slowly, but does nothing to mask his approach. In his hand, he holds a large sword. There appears to be no malice or hatred in the man's demeanor. He almost seems pleased. The first man hears his approach and stands, turning away from the plant he was inspecting. His face breaks into a smile, and he opens his arms to welcome the approaching man. The smile freezes into a grimace as the second man thrusts the sword through his stomach, its blade now protruding from his back. His arms slowly fall to his side, and blood starts to drip from the sword onto the plants below the men. As the first man crumples to his knees, the second pulls the sword out, a tear slowly falling down the cheek of his still smiling face. That was dark. Let's hit this. We'll kind of do one of these.
Sure.
One of these, maybe. Yeah. I'm curious about this.
I have received confirmation that Lord Radric's heir was not born well. My lord has issued an injunction on all new homesteads until he can be assured that the village has been cleansed of all Eothasians and whatever other undesirables that have brought this curse upon his lands. It would be best if you left town as soon as possible. I would suggest returning to your old home. There will be no place for you here. You may stay at the inn until you can make the necessary arrangements, but I would not advise remaining long. I expect Lord Radric will be most thorough in his efforts to purify this place.
Tell me about Lord Radric. He comes from a line of nobles who have defended these lands since Adir times. Radric II was an early supporter of Deerwooden independence during the Revolution, and the current lord's father perished in the Saints' War. Hollowborn began appearing in the Deerwood shortly after the war's end. Lord Radric has taken it upon himself to purge the curse from the Gilded Vale. His measures have been severe but necessary. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to have been enough to protect his heir. The Saints' War? Our age's most egregious example of man's madness. 15 years ago, the people of Raid Ceres decided that Waidwen, their living saint, was the literal incarnation of the god Eothas. Urgiat wrinkles his pinched nose. This supposed saint took it upon himself to liberate the Deerwood, supposedly from allegiances to less worthy gods, but I've never known an army to conquer a land for its people's own good. The war lasted about a year, but you can guess what that year did to the worship of Eothas in the Deerwood. Lord Radric's forebears had all been Eothasians. But after his father fell defending us from those fanatics, he personally saw that the Temple of Eothas here in town was shut down. He points at a few ruined walls near the tree. I'd like to know more about Gilded Vale. We're a frontier village, as are the most settlements in the Deerwood. Gilded Vale hasn't grown much since its establishment in the colonial days, and the last 15 years have seen our population shrink further. It takes in the ramshackle houses and half-fallen fences. Hence our recruitment of fresh settlers. Aloth snorts. Indeed. Why has Gilded Vale's population been shrinking? Wade Wen's legacy, of course. Many women have had difficulty bearing healthy children of late. A few years ago, Lord Raedric decreed that no mothers of Hollowborn are to be allowed in Gilded Vale. His mouth tightens into a firm line. His lordship dealt swiftly with the objectors. It may be harsh, but if it purges us of this curse, is it not worth it? Tell me about those ruins behind the tree. That's what's left of the Temple of Eothas. His lips pucker. Lord Raedric forbade worship of the dead god after the Saints' War. It's been abandoned for almost 15 years, but there are plans to rededicate it to Barath, the god of life and death. That's enough about the Gilded Vale. Goodbye. I'm not going to piss this guy off. I don't know who he is. Okay.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Strange way to talk about your dead. He looks up at the tree and breathes out. Half the town's up there now, seems like. No right way to talk about it. I'm looking for someone who can help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. What a strange person. Scattered between the roots are bracelets of twine and bead, wilting flowers, and notes half erased by the rains.
They'll never know I'm here.
Beneath the vines are crude carvings of a sun rising over 3 stars. Caldara de Baranzi. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bow that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it, not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Let's reach out for her. Yep. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with a new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes. You feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy, even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I. Wherever here may be.
How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
I want to know something about you. You know what? I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there?
She nods.
You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
What is a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on, some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder!
What do you mean, when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Meerwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
I think I survived the Biowak. Do you know anything? Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
Okay, so there are souls. I can sense these souls. And my soul is fractured? Am I understanding that correctly? You said souls break apart over time?
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. No. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, But I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What is an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. Miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other. Turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
I don't know if I feel bad for her or not. I had other questions.
Of course, dear.
Oh, apparently I don't have other questions. Farewell.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. The Crucible of the Soul. That's a lot of experience. Holy crap. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you all right? You seemed lost just now. Yes, I'm fine. He folds his arms. That's good to know, but I don't suppose you could tell me what that was all about? I'm a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. Gives you a sly grin, and I expect this has something to do with the hooded figures in the ruins, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about Watchers? Only that they're rare, and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions. He coughs, as you just demonstrated. Let's continue on. So what did I just get? Crucible of the Soul. One per rest. Drains burn damage as endurance. The Watcher unravels the vital essence of his or her enemies, gaining endurance in the process. Cool.
Nice and slow.
All right then.
17 and a half.
The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar
17
smirk.
and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
I'm
The
sorry.
dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What are you
People
talking
hanging
about?
from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
It's depressing. Aloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun
Name's
around
Adair.
here?
Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What are you talking about? Oh. What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched. His smirk
I was
broadens.
smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
Do you know what a watcher
Careful,
is?
friend. Best not use that word round here. There'd be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
What's that supposed to mean? Hey, don't blame me. I don't have a say. You can take my word for
The town's
that.
had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fellow decides he's the living incarnation of Eothas, overthrows Raid Saras, marches on Deerwood, so we gave him a Deerwooden hello. What's a Deerwooden hello? He smiles at this, but it is the smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. I know, but got a rebirth and redemption, formerly anyhow. Maybe they'll call him something different where you're from. I had other questions. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Roderick sent me down here the other day. He said they had, on good authority, someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Radric's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward. So Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. I took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later. If not for plotting against Raedric, then for protecting me. What does your town have to have against you? Who's Kolsk? Someone to get tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. What does your town have against you?
Wrong, God. That's what it comes down to. There used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there owns a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, and then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Ayla glances at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. If you're next to be hanged, well, what are you still doing here? He gives a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured out where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Waidwin's legacy started with Waidwin. We could travel together. Where are you headed? Some place called Caed Nua. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help
I remember
me.
hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard one.
All right then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
Let's get going. Cool. Alright, another guy. First things first. Let's put you over here. You over here. You right there. Yeah. Dang it. Let's do that. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I like that. There we go. Now let's check the inventory. What does he got? Cape. Saints War Armor. Pierce-proofed second chance. Cool. Ooh. +3 damage reduction. Pierce. Grant second chance on unconscious. 1 per rest. Is that like... Yeah, cool. Ader wore this armor during his time in the Saints' War. Its dark color is unusual, as is its power. Though he admits the armor has pulled him from the brink of death on several occasions, he claims that no one else has ever handled the armor. How it became enchanted is a mystery even to him. Huh. Are those properties? Is that the enchantments? Anyway, since they all start with their own armor, I'm going to go ahead and get those ready to sell. He has... Warbow. Average speed, 15 to 24 damage. I'm cool with that. He has a saber. I feel like he'd be better off with a hand axe than a saber, but we'll keep what he's got for now. And he's got a medium shield, that's fine. Alright.
I shall be discreet.
Should probably level him up, huh? What even is he? He's a fighter. He would be survival and athletics, right? Yeah. Ooh, he's got that. It says for 45 seconds. I don't understand why, but... Okay. Okay. Modifies knockdown. Prone for 5 seconds. That's really good. Ooh, tough one. That could be really helpful. Tough choice between these two, honestly. Honestly, tough choice for that one, too. Stop. We're not doing this. You can stop. Come on. Let me finish this and I'll take you out, okay? Let me finish leveling him up, because I do have to make dinner. Oh man, I'm already torn. There's so many things. So many things. Oh gosh, hold the line would be great for him. Which one's the best? Probably won't go Gallant's focus. He already has that. He already has that. That's a no for now. That's probably one of the last ones that I'll get. Oh, unnecessary. Wound binding might be really good for him too. Especially if he's going to be right in the fray the entire time. But if he's not the only melee guy, it's a tough one. Gotta give it the bonus knockdown. Lowers his accuracy, increases deflection of nearby allies. That's really good. No. Ooh, okay. crazy. Alright. So he does less, everyone else does more. No, everyone else doesn't do more. Everyone else takes a little bit less. I'd rather have him have Defender, I think. Yeah. Alright, if that works the way that I think it does, that's the one that I want. Also didn't realize he could already do it twice. So that's frustrating, but that's fine. I hope that old Watcher's still there. Been years since I heard anything about him. What is it you want to ask this Watcher in Cadenua? Just some things about the past. About the war. I've been thinking I missed my chance to find out what I wanted to know. So that old Watcher, though, he opens up some new possibilities. I was wondering about Eothas. What is there to know about Eothas?
You're looking to find religion. Maybe you want to start with a god that hasn't been burned to dust, but I won't stop you. Eothas, he was a young man with a silver crown. Carried a candle around with him. Sounds like I'm giving a bad eulogy here.
He was a lot of different things to a lot of different people. I guess. Rebirth, redemption, light. Out in the country, he's gone, the farmer, who helps all things pass. Seasons and people both. He watches over the weak, does gone. Sees imbalances made right. You could see why all the copperless rowdies around here might take a liking to someone like that. He was real popular here for a time. These days you won't find too many worshipping Eothas in the open. It's hard to know who still does it in private and who's given up. Feels like I'm the last one sometimes. He smirks. If that's the case, he deserves all the mourning. You still worship Eothas?
I don't suppose he expects me to show up at his temple these days. Not much left to do for him other than keep his memory alive and keep hoping that he's just been playing a joke on all of us these past 15 years.
As far as I know, he hasn't said anything to anybody since the Godhammer detonated. Why worship him then? Well, if it turns out he's not dead and I gave up on him, I'd have betrayed my god twice. Even the god of redemption's got to have standards. I'd probably be reborn as a fat Oumuam's horse. It's not really it, though. Not all of it, anyway. He casts a sidelong glance. Guess it's more I still believe in the things he believed in. I just hope his death doesn't mean the death of all those things as well. Sometimes it looks that way. Why did you choose to worship Eothas in the beginning?
My family's been Eothasian going way back. Suppose it wasn't much of a choice at first. Don't know for sure why my family started worshipping him. Probably because of Gon looking after folks like us.
He looks you in the eye, conspiratorial. Could just be as well that my ancestor did something so bad only Eothas could forgive. It'd explain a lot about where I got some of my less respectable traits. Did you only worship him because that's how you were raised?
There was something I genuinely liked about Eothas. Always. Like he understood people better than the other gods. Knew all our flaws and weaknesses and accepted us for that. Folks are at their worst when they're afraid. A god like Eothas, he made you realize there was nothing to fear. Made you a better person. Of course, he goes away for a few years, and look what happens.
What made you think Waidwin didn't speak for
his
Eothas?
actions. Not when he started his rebellion, and not even when he took over Raed Saris. It was when he sent his armies into Deerwood.
Up to that point, he was sticking up for his people. That's what Eothas does, at least the gone part of him. Those farmers were starving and their government didn't lift a finger. I figured if it wasn't Eothas himself, at least he had the right idea. But then he sent armies across the border. Even crossed it himself in the end. Word was he was chasing refugees that escaped the rebellion. Wanted to punish them. Punish us for allowing them to live here. That just didn't fit for me. Those are the deeds of a vengeful god. Skane or Wodika, maybe. Or just a man who'd lost his sense. I still have trouble believing it. But there's no one left to ask if it's true. Tell me about the purges.
You sure you don't want to talk about something more pleasant? Like the War of Black Trees or the Legacy or something?
It's eye-opening, seeing just how naked you are when you've got no god to protect you. The Saints' War was a hard time to be a Deerwooden. People thought it was the end times. They'd talk about how we were going to defeat a god, but I don't think there was a man from here to the White March didn't think he was going to die. It does something to you, thinking you're going to die at someone else's hands. There's a rage that comes. Indignation. Imagine a whole country full of that. Might have been Cold Morn that started it. Town near the border. They let Wadewind march right on through. Rest of Deerwood cursed their names till the end of the war. Some say it was the Eothasians that persuaded the town not to oppose the army. Others said it was just cowardice. It was like the Legacy that way. No one knew the real reason, so they just picked up whichever one best suited what they wanted to believe. Either that town was burning before the first ashes of the Eothas hit the ground. And it felt good to the people here to be in control after being so helpless. So the fires spread. A lot of us Eothasians went the way of our god. There were claims from the Church of Magarin that she'd actually commanded the purges. I found that hard to believe. It sounded to me like people doing what they wanted, wrapping their god around it like she was a cloak. Then again, that's what I thought about Wadewind. Well, I want to ask you about something else. I want to ask something about you. If you're sure. What did you do before this?
Other than the war, I never strayed too far from where you found me. Farming, mostly. I was never much for cities. Never learned a trade. In my younger days, I thought I was going to go preach the word of Eothas. Just in our temple there. My parents encouraged it. I made so much trouble for them growing up. They used to say it'd be best if I got in good with the God of Redemption. Of course, us blowing him up probably didn't help my chances there. But if anybody'd forgive you for blowing him up, it'd be Eothas.
Did the people of Gilded Vale really try to kill you?
They did. It was strange timing, because we just won the war. They celebrated when I came home. There was music and dancing. Trumbull used half his grain making this big honey cake. I still dream about that cake. Like having the best lover of your life, but only for one night. And they were all sorry to hear about my brother. Took a while for word of the purges to reach us. Eothasians being murdered in the streets. Cold Morn and the like. No way would they let something like that happen in Gilded Vale. That's what they all said. But the weeks went by and the purges spread. Pretty soon they weren't so sure my brother fought for Deerwood. And they weren't so sure I did. Caught me by surprise after all the celebrating. Should have seen it coming after the tailor said he was going to fit me for some new clothes, but then all he wanted was my neck measurement.
Really?
Not that last part. But you had to think about it. Says a lot about the place I've been calling home all these years.
Why did you stay so long in a town that
I'm sure my
hated you?
parents are still wondering the same thing. The Eothasian purges were like this madness had come over the town, like a disease. Seems like when you see something like that, your instinct is to wait for it to pass, even when you know it probably won't. The family whose farm I worked on, they had a little Hollowborn girl. And they heard the Animancers had this cure, the Salvation it was called. They went running. This salvation, they were putting animal souls in children. You might have heard about it, giving them enough personality to care for themselves. You can guess how that turned out. Matter of time, the children broke down, became wild things, monsters. Anyway, these farmers put the family dog's soul in their little girl. For a while, the girl, she's making eye contact, she's feeding herself, albeit in a kind of messy way. And one day she snaps. They found her gnawing on her brother's bones. Had to chain her up, put her in a cow pen.
What the?
Well, the mother, she wouldn't have anything to do with the girl after that. But the father, he'd visit every day. Feed her chickens, toss water on her once in a while to get the dirt off. Most of the village, they'd whisper about him. Poor man, they'd say, sick with grief. And he was just waiting for his daughter to look up one day and recognize her papa. He was waiting for her to get better. Didn't understand that at the time, of course, but these days I think about him a lot.
Do you have any family? Just my parents now. They took a ship back to Adir when the purges started. Wanted me to go with them, but I didn't see things like they did. Been a long time since I've seen them. I really should visit, but for some reason I haven't had much felt like leaving home. Good thing they chased me out, or I might have never left. Let's keep moving. Jesus. Alright. I'm gonna call it there. Anyone watching, appreciate your time, and I'll catch you on the next one.